Greetings! Happy Tuesday, Lojo. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today, I'm back with more behind-the-scenes things that are happening on the channel. So, this is my little to-do list. I'm not going to get to everything on this list today. Right now, we're going to be finishing the music engine, and I'm going to introduce the backlog and what I'm doing with that. And I might see about starting the waiting screen games. And maybe creating the artwork for the socials, right? So we'll take these things here and put them down here. So, things below this line are like upcoming videos. Today I'm gonna try to get this stuff done. So what we were doing was this. And I need to implement the current song and the previous song into the music selector. And I was patch notes, close that, connect. We were at music and then the shutter button. There we go. And I can pause this music while that music is playing there. And then elect main stage, bam, and switch it up. Now, what I do need to look at here is the variables. Music selector. And I want to watch this specifically. Where did I? So I'm watching how the variables here update. Every time I push this button, all of these variables should update, but that array list should remain the same. I don't want it. I want it to rescan the array, but I don't want it to duplicate things in the array, and it looks like it's working properly. Right, main stage, Warfare. And right now, all of these song lengths are the same. They're all about 3 minutes or 3 minutes and 1 second long. So I'm not concerned about the song length displaying 180 every time I click it. That's normal. All that's going to do is tell me the amount of time I need to wait before this button clicks itself again. It's a pretty sick theme. We stick with Magnet Man for a bit. Okay, happy with that. What do you think of Magnet Man's theme song here? Okay. So, music path is being defined as where the music is. We're making a array of playlists that is everything in music path. Bam. Naming that variable playlist and waiting for its creation. We're taking a random spot in playlist and we're naming that current song. Then we're setting the full path to be the music path and the current song. So this is music path and this is current song, and that creates the full path. Then we're making fixed path, which is flipping all of the backslashes to forward slashes so that it will work with OBS. And then we're defining the media file path as full path so that we can grab the song length of it. And we're waiting for the song length variable to be created, which is right here. Then we're breaking the current song, which is this variable right here, and removing these separators so that we get an array of the different parts of current song. We're waiting for that to finish. Then we're taking the last part of that song info array. We're renaming that as song info 2, and we're removing the .mp3 on the end of it. And then this is a test right here for song length, which we're not actually going to be using that test. We're going to be using song length itself. And then we've got local file. So this is for changing the settings in OBS. Changing the music setting and changing the now playing info in OBS. That's what that does. And then right here we clear the song info array. And then this is test button, C mode. Oh, is this button still called test button? It is. Okay. Well, we'll rename this button here. Okay, and see, and this is one thing I need to implement on there. See, the music has ended. 180 seconds has elapsed. And the music stopped. So I need to make sure that after 180 seconds, music selector is called again. So the start music button is not actually doing anything at the moment. Music selector needs a couple of more variables. Which may need to be arrays. So we're going to create an array. We're going to name it previous song. So we have an array of previous song and next song. Now the logic. Let's create the logic for previous song. Down here. Okay. So we need to check if the previous song do nothing. If previous song, set current song to next song, set so that's basically the logic for the previous. If there's no previous song, don't do anything. If there is a previous song, set the current song to the next song, and set the previous song to the current song. And the next song logic, if no next song, select random song. If next song, set current song to set previous song. Okay. So if there's no previous, don't do anything. Turn the music back on, because that's what the music is for, being on while I'm talking and doing random programming things. Okay, so if there's no previous song, don't do anything. If there is a previous song, we set current song into the next song variable, and then we set the previous song into the current song variable. That's the previous song logic. The next song logic. If there is no next song, we select a random song. If there is a next song, we set the, this is current. If there is a next song, then the current song is assigned into the previous, okay, so I have this backwards. We assign the current song to the previous song variable. And we assign the next song variable to the current song variable. Okay. End of song logic. So at the end of song, we need to set the current song to the previous song. Check if song box is turned on. Set current song to previous song. Well, I should just say get next song. Okay. Um, think that's right. Now the question is, how long do I want to force it into this array? How many songs back do I want to let people go? So the longest that I can have a stream for is 12 hours. And then the average length of a song is 3 minutes. That's the wrong calculation. 12 times 60 times 3. 2,160 minutes of music. Divided by 60. 12 hours. 720 minutes. By 3 minutes a song. 240 songs. So if I set the array length to 255, that should cover it. What I'm concerned about is somebody going next, and creating an array that is like 5,000 deep that doesn't need to be there. Because I don't know what that would do to Sammy if it's suddenly having to handle arrays that large. I know it can handle an array of 100 instantly because it's doing that with the song here. And technically, these arrays are just lists of strings, so it shouldn't be that much of a push. But over time, big things get problematic in programming. You want to try to keep them as small as you can whenever possible. So I think maxi array. $255 is fun. Is a fun size in programming because that's the maximum size of a byte. Zero indexed, of course. So you may hear me talk about something called a zero index. What that means is counting starts at 0. So if you have a 5-digit array, it might be indexed like this, right? But in computers, things are typically 0 indexed. So it would be indexed like this. Both of these are referring to a 5-item array. This one is 1 indexed, and this one is 0 indexed. So if you look at the common multipliers that you see with computers, 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 10,020, 512, 10,024, 2,048, right? These are the doubling standards of a base 2 numbering system. So when I say 255 is a special number, That's because 255 is this number right here, 256, 0 indexed. So you will see like integers, it maxes out at like 255. And then there's 65535 is another one that you see, because 65536 is another number in this list, a couple more down the line there. It's just 0 indexed. So that's the special significance of 255 for people who don't understand why you see this cap, especially in old video games. You'll see like the cap on money that you can get in the original Legend of Zelda is 255. The cap on the missiles that you can get in the original Metroid game is 255. That's why that cap is there, because the variable that they were using, the max that it can go to is 256, and it's 0 indexed, right? So that's why you see 255 in so many games. And nowadays, we're using like floating point variables, and we don't have these kind of memory restrictions on it anymore. So you see things go up to 255 these days, more out of nostalgia from the developers than anything else, which is exactly the way that I'm using it here, because 12 hours times 60 is 720 minutes. The average song length is 3 minutes. So dividing 720 by 3, we get 240. So technically my array only needs to be 240 songs long, but I'm going to make it 255 because it's not that much bigger. It's adding 15 to it, and I like the number 255 because of what it represents in programming history. There you go. A little bit of programming history and why I pick the numbers that I pick and how 0 indexing works. You can actually see an example of 0 indexing right here, because if I open the variable window for this, this song info array is cleared out because I told it to clear it out. But it contains 3 things in the music path, right? Magna Man stage, then it removed that space dash space, and then Mega Man 3, then removed this space dash space, and then Capcom, right? And then song info 2 is Capcom minus a .mp3. And this is song info 2 because that is 0, 1, 2 instead of 1, 2, 3. It's 0 indexed. So now I'm going to make 2 new arrays of things here. One of them called previous song, so one of them called next song, right? And next song is only going to populate if we are inside previous song. So we're gonna set up previous song first, and all previous song needs to do is every time this button is updated, and I need to make sure that the variables persist. They do. Every time this button is updated, the current song needs to become the previous song. So I can remove this entirely. And we want to create an additional variable up here called reset timer. Actually, we want to create this variable there. Okay, so that should create my reset timer. If song length exists, set song length to reset timer. Otherwise, set reset timer to 0. Okay. And I have this button named, right? Music selector. Right. So in here, I need a couple of variables. We're going to need a um, music toggle variable, reset timer variable. That's what I named it over here, right? Reset timer. Yeah. And reset timer is going to be get button variable. Not set button variable, get button variable. Music selector. Hmm. Why are we getting... Oh, it's undefined because... Okay. So that's gonna be... That's gonna be difficult. I don't know if I can have the button call itself. So if I had a weight down here, this is reset timer. Now that needs to be above there. And then I want this. I don't need that. Utilities. Okay, let's try this. Reset timer is still being set to 0. So song length is here. Okay, it updated correctly there. Okay, it's updating correctly now. Familiar music, yeah? Okay, so I think we just have to wait for it to finish. But I think I can chop this down. Okay, so now we're in the waiting phase, I guess. I'm gonna open this up. I'm gonna open this up, and when this hits 180, which should be on maybe the third loop of this song, this button should trigger itself again. I know this method works for other buttons because I'm using this method to trigger this button. I don't know why I called this shutter button. I was trying to be clever with something last time, but now I don't remember what that clever was. This is why you make comments, because you will never remember the clever after the clever has gone. Okay. Does it fire? I'm guessing that's a no. Okay, so we will take a lot of this out of Song length is in milliseconds. I mean, I guess I could just have to do arithmetic on that. Okay, let's undo deleting this. Leave that in there just for safety's sake. We're going to create a new set a local variable here. We're going to call this reset timer. And this needs to be and this is reset timer. Okay. Okay, so reset timer updated to the appropriate millisecond value. So I know I got that far and everything is working. Now we just have to wait 3 minutes for this song to wind up. And then we'll see if it repeats, if it calls itself again. And if it does, then all I have to do is put the toggle logic around recalling this button. So I'm doing this so that I'll explain why I'm building this logic into this button. So that I can have two buttons. One that starts the music on a loop, and it just keeps looping until I press stop music. And one that will play one song and then stop. So I have the option of turning the music on in a loop or turning the music on for just a single song, and then the music turns itself off after that song. So what all we're waiting for right now is for Brightman stage to end. Now, what I'm not sure of is if a button can call itself from itself. And I guess that's going to change how I set this up. So I guess I'm going to have a button that... Okay, here we go. Do we update? It did. Lovely. We got to the end of the song and it started playing the next song. Okay. So all I need to do now is put that inside of a check to see if the toggle is on or off. And that's basically all these buttons are going to do. This is going to start the toggle. That's going to end the toggle. Well, I should say it's going to set the value, and then it's going to call the music selector button to get going, and then the music selector button is going to keep going until this button is pushed. And I'm going to have to figure out the logic for that button as well. But that's basically it. It's working. It's doing its thing now. It's going to continue to play through the music that's in the thing. Until I, in this case, manually turn it off. So I guess I should figure out how to make the stop music button work.
Good job.
Thank you. I also need to make the shutter up top work correctly. That's gonna be its own thing. No, don't push the red button. You just launched us like fireworks. Oh no. I'm working on that. Don't worry about the fireworks. As per usual, redeems during this stream are not going to be counted towards your total. I'm working on fireworks. I wanted to do something else as well, that I haven't gotten to yet. I wanted to like launch actual little fireworks at the same time that it's launching our little people up. Haven't quite figured out how to do that yet. I'm thinking about maybe a video. I don't know. I'm working on it. Okay, right now I need to figure out how are we gonna stop the music? Because the music needs to stop immediately. And the way that you would stop it immediately is by hiding these two, or hiding this, and changing that. I'm gonna copy that. Go in here. I'm gonna paste it in here. Okay. We want to hide source. Source change visibility in the gaming scene, and source name is music. We want to make it invisible. And we're going to change this to be no song playing. And then I run this button, but it didn't work. Oh, because I'm turning it on. That turns it off. I mean, that makes sense. Okay, so stop music, bam, turns the music off. This needs to turn the music on. Okay, so I don't need music selector. Here I just need these two options, and this needs to be OBS commands, change source visibility, gaming and music, make it visible, delete that, and we need to push a button. No, it's a, yeah, it's here. Trigger button. Music selector. Save. Okay, so now. Bam. Start and stop work. Oh. If I click this again. Ooh, why'd it change? So since I know that most all of my songs are going to be 180 seconds, and I know that this does that sometimes and doesn't grab the song length, so I need this and this. Put this in here. So if it's not equal to 0 and it's not equal to nothing, don't do anything. Otherwise, try to get it again. Okay. It's still pulling 0 sometimes. So I'm having a problem with song length pulling the correct length of time. Hmm. Why is it doing that? So here at the bottom, is there a variable clear? This button was triggering. No, it still is. It's this button. What's triggering it? Okay, we're gonna close down Sammy and turn it back on and turn the music off. Because this doesn't have the call music button on there anymore. And this has its call function turned off. So there is no way that this thing should cancel that. There's no way that this thing should be able to call itself now. Okay, so I need to figure out how to reset these. I do it at the start. Duh. Okay. We want to set local variable. Um, song. Okay, so One for song length. Set that to 0. Set that to 5. And one for reset timer. Set that to 5. So now I know what it's doing. It didn't update reset timer. So 5 is going to constitute an error state. But I notice it doesn't always get the song length. Sometimes it drops it, like right there, it dropped it. So I need to make sure that when it drops the song length, it tries to pick it up again. And that's what this is going to be about. If song length is equal to 0, equal is double equal signs, or need to add an or, and need to move the or above the and. Okay. Okay, so the 3 conditions under which I wanted to try to get song length again. If it equals 0, if it equals 5, or if it equals nothing. And the first thing it does is equal nothing, and it doesn't try it again. It's failing and it's not trying again, and I don't know why. That's why. Hmm. don't know how to get to recursively call this. Would I not use an if statement? Hmm. What does re-enable do? I need a condition. I need something condition based. Do until this equals this. Or in this case, until this doesn't equal any of this. Hmm. If I turn this all, would that stop the issue I'm having? Definitely makes it slower. It does not turn off the issue, it just makes it slower. Okay. And why is this not firing now? Okay, let's see here. Okay, we set the music path. We set the current song. We set the full path. We fix the path. We break the current song into the array. And then we set song info 2. So we're setting all of that information first. Time for some comments, I think. Create playlist. That's what that's doing. This is creating the playlist. Select random song. That's what that's doing. Okay, so this is creating the full path variables right there. So we make the playlist here, we select the random song here, and then we create the full path variables, both full and fixed path. And then right here, we're creating this and that. So this is creating the current song array for display. Okay, and it still works with all of that commented up wonderfully. Oh, I can change the color to whatever I want it to be. That's neat. Now I can hide that because I know all of that code is working. That is working. Variable declarations up there, may need to change that. This is where I'm having part of an issue here. Put that down there. Need a comment. Get current song length. Okay, so current song length should be got right there. hasn't failed yet. There it did fail. It failed again. Okay, let's watch for another fail. Hmm. Down here. Okay, I need to delete the variable, I guess. Okay, so with some look deleted down there, I don't need to set it to 1 up here. Hmm. Not there. It pulled a song length of 0 again. Okay, so if it pulls 0, set it to 180. That's what I want you to do. Most of the time, it's pulling the correct values. Every once in a while, it fails and it pulls a 0. Sometimes it fails and it doesn't trigger the button. Well, it hasn't failed yet. No, it did. I don't know why this variable is getting set to 0. There should be no condition where it could be set to 0. Because immediately after it's set, if it's 0, I set it to 180. So whatever is setting that to 0 has to be happening after that. But the only other thing that references it is when the variable is deleted. So if we take those off at the bottom, Twitch is twitching. Yeah, it does that. We'll copy this. I'm going to delete both of these off at the bottom and make sure that they are well, reset timer is now updating correctly. And now I can see the info in the song info array as well. Okay, that's a fail state. Because it set it to 180 even as a fail state. Okay, so get the current song length is now working. So I'm gonna shrink that down. And we're going to add another comment in right here. Set reset timer. That's going to go right in there. So that's working now too. Bam. And then another comment. Update OBS. That's working as well. Okay. Set a comment up here. Destroy old variables, clear the array, and clear the song list. In theory, I don't need this. Oh, we have a bot! And the bot. So you know you're making it, folks. The bots are coming back. Missed another one. Okay. I can't tell if it's updating because all the values are the same. Okay, it is. And since it's updating every time, we can do this. Why does that break it? I mean, the array is being updated. Waiting for it to exist. Hmm. Except it doesn't seem to be waiting for the variable to exist. If I move this here, this at 1. Still not doing it. So, Why is this doing this? Let's clear all the variables and run it again. It worked that time. But on the second time it doesn't. So if I clear out all the variables, it'll pull. But if I run it again, it errors. And that question is why? Because it's just this. If I don't do that, it works. That doesn't make any sense. Why? Okay, so let's do a test. Okay. Well, it updates it. I moved a bunch of things out of the array, and it updated it correctly. Now I move those items back in. So I just added 20 items back into the array right there. It should update to 105. Okay, so it's updating correctly. And it's overriding the array, which is strange behavior. I didn't really tell it to do that, but it's doing it, so all of that is still working. Okay. So I fixed the update problem there. Hmm. I'm going to take a quick little break and I will be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Check out the shutter button. Current mode. No current mode. Hmm. So here's where we're changing the display. Hmm. If target mode is not there, it should be or. If it's no null or if it's 0, we check to see if the button has been pressed yet. assume that code works properly. So we're taking the current mode. If current mode is 1, we can swap it to case 2 or 3 right here. If the current mode is 2, we can swap it to 1 or 3 right there. And if the current mode is 3, we can swap it to 1 or 2 right there. Okay. So that's true on that. So if target mode is not equal to null, or target mode is not equal to 0, we go in here. Otherwise, we set target mode to 0. Okay. So I'm going to need a couple of variables right off the bat. I need active mode. Target mode. Current mode. So target mode right here is going to pull from I need to pass the variable here instead of having this button pull the variable, because it's not always going to be pulling from the same location. I imagine there might be multiple places where So is that what the shutter button is going to do? Okay. Hmm. So I need this to really I need to build another one in here that is single to single. So I copy this. going to set target mode to 1. Current mode to 1. Okay, so this is not going to be top bar 10. It's going to be top bar 8. Okay, so 1-to-1 works. Okay. Let's turn this music back on while I am figuring this out. Don't know what that's doing. Okay, so I'm gonna set this to 1. Hmm. Oh, I bet I know. Yeah, that's why I'm right there. Okay. Oh. So I need this to just be changing the background. Hmm. I mean, the obvious way would be to do it here, but I'm gonna have to once again pass information. Not really that much though. Okay. So I need a new button. And this button is going to do 3 things. Save it first. those in there. And we're going to put down an if statement. If current mode is 3, if current mode is 3, set that like that. Hmm. Actually, I think I need this whole thing. Okay. If is equals 0, set current mode equal to 3. But the only changes that we're going to be making is an off on. Okay, same with the triple. I should rename these sections so that they match. So, hum. We're going to rename this. First. And, oh, yeah. I can show you guys what I'm doing. I'm renaming some things over here. So rename this single. And I'm going to put these next to each other. View account above all of those. Put music up there with those. And then I actually want to add 2 more of these. Double first. Actually, no, I want to duplicate this. We're going to rename this double first. Go right there. And we're going to duplicate this. We're going to rename it double second. Okay, so now we got single, double first, double second, triple first, triple second, and triple third. As appropriate names, I think, for the different boxes up here where we are going to have information displayed. Okay, so I can move that back over there. And now I need to set this up, both of these up to do the thing. Right. So leave that like that. And over here, I'm going to copy this because this is going to be the source. So single to single is going to be handling single. What was the turn-off value that I had? 650. We'll just leave it at that initially. Be turning it off and turning it back on. Very basic. We'll copy that. Double first and double second. So single goes out, double first, double second goes in. Single goes out, triple first, triple second, and triple third come in. Okay, and then it's just a matter of timing. And the appropriate timing here is going to be 1753 minus 650. Feel like doing this in my head. 1103. So it's 1100? That's nuts. This is 1100. Okay. So we got double first, double second, single. 1100. These are at 0. So doubles off, single on. And we want to kind of copy this whole case. And in case of double to double. Okay, so double to single, the doubles go off, the single comes on. Double to double, doubles go off, the doubles come on. Double to triple. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. This will be triple first. Triple second. Triple third. Okay, so the doubles come off, the triples come on. Okay, right off the bat, we need another case statement. Here with 3. If I put it in the right spot. Yeah, okay. So this is 0. Triple off, single on. $1,100. Okay, so triple goes off, single comes on. And once again, right here. First, triple second, triple third, double first, double second, 1100. Double second, first second, first second, second, first second, third, first second, third, single, first second, third, first second, at 0. So triple to triple. First, second, 1100. Okay. So all this thing is doing I'm gonna have to get mode from a different button. So I'm gonna need a button that only deals with the mode. Settings. This button is going to be called top bar text. So that's hmm. Variable up here. Current mode. Let's say 1. Turn these off. Oh, that works great. I wasn't expecting it to work that well the first time. did I put that? Right above that. So I put it right here. So in theory, all I need to do with this is set that. Yeah, and then I can change the actual text based on which mode is set. Okay, so double to single. I just paste that right there. I need to make sure that those mode numbers are set at the bottom. Single to single. Current mode is 1 at the end of this. Single to double. Current mode will be 2 at the end of that. Single to triple. Current mode will be 3 at the end of that. Yeah, I knew I should have gone back and checked because I did have it wrong. Double to single. Current mode will be 1 at the end of that. Copy this. I do need to go back up here and check this one more time. Single top bar out, top bar 1, single top bar in, top bar 8, single top bar out, top bar 1, double top bar in, top bar 9, single top bar out, top bar 1, triple top bar in, top bar 10. Okay. Double top bar out, top bar 1, single top bar in, top bar 8, 1. Copy this. Double to double. Double top bar out. 1. Double top bar in. Top bar 9. Current mode 2. Oops. Undo that. Okay, what's going on here? 1, 2, 3. Placed right. Okay, now that they're put down right, double to single. So this should be double out. It should be top bar 1. That should be single in. And top bar 8. And we should be leaving in current mode 1. This is double to double. And that should be the double out. That should be top bar 1. This should be double in. And this should leave us on number 9. And this should leave us in state number 2. And this is double to triple, which should be double out, bar 1, triple in, and bar 10, and leave us in state number 3. Yes. Okay, so there's 1, there's 2. There's 3. Triple. Okay, now we're going to copy this again. I don't need these. Put this right here. Triple to single, triple out, bar 1, single in, and it should be bar 8, leaving us in mode 1. And that we don't need. Okay, triple to double. So that should be triple out, bar 1, double in, bar 8. Yeah, this should be bar 9. And this is going to be leaving us in mode 2. Now it's triple out, bar 1, should be triple in. That doesn't need to be here. This is going to be bar 10, leaving us in mode 3. Okay, triple to triple should be set correctly. Triple to double should be set correctly. Single, double to triple, oh, I think I made a boo-boo down here. I did. Hmm. That one looks good. That we don't need. Looks good. Okay. So now I've got all my transitions right there. So in this transition is going to set the current mode. So I don't need that because current mode is initialized right here. If current mode is equal to nothing, set it to 3. Otherwise, it is what it is. Okay. Then we got target mode. If target mode is equal to nothing or target mode is equal to 0, set target mode to 3. I don't know why target mode would ever be equal to 0. It would only be if it's equal to nothing. So if target mode is not equal to nothing, go into here. I don't. Why am I doing it backwards? I'm not sure. Let's. If target mode is 0, do this. Otherwise, do that. So now, if target mode is null, so we don't need this, set it to 3. Otherwise, it is what it is. And then we check current mode. If it's null, set it to 3. Otherwise, it is what it is. So everything defaults to 3. So yeah. And yeah. And we need to make sure that this button gets called at the start of the stream to default everything correctly. Call. And we're going to change this from music to display to top display. This top text. And persistent variables, okay. Persistent variables, yes. So we're going to want to get a button variable. Close that and open that back up so it refreshes. I hit the button. um, I forgot I just put a stop music button in there, so that's okay. That button. Top display is what I named that button. Target mode and current mode. Get button variable from top display. Target mode. Save as. Target mode. Current mode. Save as. Current mode. Okay. We are in current mode 3, so if I switch here. Okay. Okay. Target mode 2. Okay. I don't know why this isn't updating. There it goes. Hmm. I'll change this to target mode 3 now. I run it. It ran from double to triple. Hmm. Okay, so I'm gonna need more buttons. I don't need that many buttons. Oh, it's not updating because that's looking at that button, not these buttons. Hmm. So that idea was a bust. That's okay. We'll bring this into 4 because I might need more buttons in a minute. Now, I don't understand why that turns back on. So we did. I'm gonna do a single to a double. I don't think I actually need this, and that might be what's causing that confusion in there. Wasn't. So that was a single to a double right here. Turns off single, turns on double. It should do nothing else. But it left single on, or it turned it back on. Let's go back to single and see what's actually happening when I run that button. It's not turning the old ones off. Single goes off. Was it turning them off too late? This better not be the solution. Move this over here. Okay, we're not set to second. Yep, there we go. There. Now we can clearly see what's what. Okay, so we're going to be switching from 2 to 2. It works. Okay, now we're going to switch from 2 to 1. It didn't delete the second text at all when switching from 2 to 1. Okay, so we switched from 2 to 2, and that worked. But we switched from 2 to 1, and that didn't work. So at 1 to 1, it's working. But if I switch this to 2, make over here and watch the variables. Current mode should still equal 1, but target mode should equal 2. Wrong button. Hmm. Okay. Turn all the text off. Set this to 1 and run. Okay, so that's working. When I set this to 2, when I set it to 2, suddenly it doesn't work. I wish there was a mode that would let me look at this and then step through the function step by step as it is running. We typically call that a debug mode, right? So when you're programming normally, you can walk through the code line by line and see what's executing and what it's executing to. Haven't found a way to do that with this. So I went single to double. We're supposed to turn that off. I don't understand why when I change the mode, it stops disabling the text properly. There should be no circumstance where that's possible. That's not the answer. Hmm. At the bottom, there's nothing. Huh. Okay. And I'm pulling that directly from the other button. So this should be making the same choice. Well, I think I might have an idea what's going on. I don't understand why it's getting confused about what the current mode is. It's not setting this variable, in the order that this variable should be set in. Like while it's waiting for stuff up here, it'll go down here and say, this is why. That was it. Just passing the variable the wrong information at the wrong time. Okay. The double transition in. First, let's look at double to double. Since that's where we are at now. Change that to 5. Run it. Change that to 50. Yep, 1502. Everything that's to double needs to be 1753. Okay. 2. To 3. Okay, so if I just change that to 17 all around. Okay. Fixed. Okay, so the swapping between them hmm. Okay, so these two buttons are basically done. Now I need a current mode button that's going to denote how many modes are active and swapping between them. At a set interval. And that implies that it would be this button that's doing that. So is there a way to pass a variable Hmm. I don't know how to set a global variable because there's no option to do it in here. You can get a global variable, but you can't set a global variable. I suppose I could do it with a file path variable. Hmm. So the trigger button. Just triggers the button ID. So I need a global variable that everything can see. Hmm. How can I make that number go? Oh, okay, okay. Every place where I look where it talks about global variables, it says you can just define a global variable here, but there is no set global variable. So we're going to make a global variable. Variables. In the variables folder, we're going to make a new text file called current mode. Okay. Hmm. Okay, let's pull up the thing. File path variables. How do these work? So a button variable is the passing that I was looking for. Okay. Button ID. This needs. What are we gonna call this button? I mean, I could call it the shutter button. But do I even really need this now? Because I could just have the music selector call top display by itself and set the variable in top display to be 1. I was building a timer with this. That's right. This is timer button. Top timer. This over here. That right there. Because these are going to call everything in order. Everything is going to call top timer when it needs to do anything to the display at the top. And then these two guys the timer button is going to need to make sure okay. Let's start over here with what Mr. Timer button is doing. We're going to need to know how many modes are currently active. So we're going to need a couple of variables to do that. Okay, so mode 1 is always going to, mode 3 is always going to be active. These two are not active. Okay, we need a if statement check for this. If mode 1 active is equal to null, set it to 0. Okay. So now we're independently checking to see that all of these variables exist. Okay. So once we have all of those variables, what else do we need? This is going to tell us what modes are active. I could probably do this as an array called active mode. But I would have to set each one individually anyway. Because I don't know if there's a way to initialize an array. Let's see. Yeah, I would have to initiate it manually anyway, so it wouldn't really be any different. There's only 2 variables that I'm dealing with here. Okay, I need to do some math here. Mode 1 active, mode 3 active. 3 and 1, into 3, 2 and 1. 3 is always going to be active. So there would only be 4 states that I'm checking for. And 3 is going to be the default. Okay, so we're going to put a comment up here. Okay, so that's initializing the mode active variables. Bam. And down here, we can put this inside of another comment. Check which modes are active. That's what you're going to be doing. mode 1. If they're all active, do that. Is there a way to make an else if statement? I guess there's not. I just have to add an additional if statement in here. Okay, so if mode 1 is active, and mode 2 is active, and mode 3 is active, we do this. If mode 1 is active and mode 3 is active, we do this. If mode 1 is active and mode 2 is active, we do this. Otherwise, we do this. So just nest the if statements because you can't if else or if then else if you're old school. And I think that's the only conditions, right? We've only got 3 modes. Mode 3 is always active, so we don't need to check for that. If the music is going, then mode 1 is going to be active as well. And so it'll fall in here. And be switching between mode 1 and mode 3 every 30 seconds. So I need to do a little bit of changing in here. Because I don't know if I want these variables to even initialize in here. So we're going to set a local variable for this button, I think. I'm going to call this target mode. Current mode. Okay. I just want to do this. Okay. Target mode and current mode, and then the mode active variables. And that's the initialization of all of the mode variables right there. So we save that, and I can take that initialization out of this. Bam. I don't need that in this initialization right there. But this is now going to be set button variable. Button ID of, what do I call that? Top timer. Variable name is still current mode. And this is single to single, so it'll be 1. Okay, top timer. And current mode is equal to 0 set. Okay, save that. So now I just need to go down through here and set this correctly. There. One is correct. 2. Now, all the way down here at the bottom, we're updating the music path right there. Yes, we don't need this. That's outdated. We don't need that. Okay. We haven't even got to the previous next song yet because I'm still building the menu. Okay. So before I call the selector here, I need to do a couple of things with setting button variables. First, I need to go to top timer and set the current mode to 1. And then call the top timer button. Okay, and then from start music, now there's one more thing I need to do in here. First, we're gonna put another comment here. This is that's gonna call the update, the top update time. And now we need to do an if statement here. If let's just call this loop. If loop is on, call the button again. Otherwise, don't call the button again. And then up here, call this loop. And then this needs to call the button, trigger button, music selector. This actually needs to be set button variable. This is just start music. This is start loop. This is stop. Which just turns it off, basically. Oh, this also needs to deactivate the mode and these need to activate mode. So what did I call that? Mode 1. Okay, so calls the music selector button, but it also needs to update set button variable. Save that so that I have the right names right here for my reference. We're going to set button variable with top timer. Variable name, variable. What is that variable's name? Where's top timer? Here it is. Mode 1 active is what that's called. Turn that on. Turn mode 1 off of that. Okay, and then here, all the way down here at the bottom, the else, turn mode 1 off. I don't think I need to do anything about mode 1 from any other places. Put a comment here. Check for music. Put that in there. There are all of the variables. Leave that open and we'll save that like that. Okay, so that should in theory work. Now I just need to build this and what's going on here. Checking which modes are active and what we're doing with these active modes. And it's going to come down to calling top display and setting some variables there. Top display. Now it needs to grab current mode and target mode from the other button. So we need to get button variable for top timer, current mode. Save that variable as current mode. target mode. Save that variable as target mode. And then at the end, we reset that variable right there. Okay. Comment. Okay. Okay. It's gonna be another if statement. Okay. Put this inside of a comment. Um. I mean, I guess I could do it with a switch. Give myself a little variety here. So I'm looking for current mode. And this should very simply just be set variable and then call button. Display. Yeah. If it's currently 1, set it to mode 2 and call top display. If it's 2, set it to mode 3 and call top display. If it's 3, set it to mode 1 and call top display. Bam. And then I can copy this, paste it in right there, and we remove case 2. So we only have case 1 and 3 here. And then I copy this. I paste it in here. We change that 3 to a 2. Nope, we changed that. We leave that as a 3. That needs to be 2 and 3. Yep. So if it's mode 2, we switch it to mode 3. If it's mode 3, we switch it to mode 2. Bam. And then, up here, if it's mode 1, we switch it to mode 3. If it's mode 3, we switch it to mode 1. Then up here, if it's mode 1, we switch it to 2. If it's 2, we switch it to 3. If it's 3, we switch it back to 1. And then if it's anything else, which is just 3, we don't perform a switch at all. And then after all of this, trigger the button. How long should I wait to trigger the button? What's a good time? Hmm. 30? I think 30. 30 seconds. And we want to trigger top timer. Okay. Now, top timer should trigger itself every 30 seconds now. It should be going. Should I probably set that at a lower time? For testing purposes? Probably. Let's set that down to 5 seconds. Or 3 seconds, because all I would do is delete a 0. And every 3 seconds, top timer should run. I don't know if it's running or not. Current mode 3. Mode 3 active, yes. Target mode 3, okay. Let's pause this and start the music in the loop. Oh, that's the wrong button. Okay. I have nothing actually turning the music on. That's strange. Stop the music. Okay. So we need to make sure that the songs are on. Right here. We're going to add OBS command, source change visibility. On the gaming scene, we're going to change music. I'm going to turn it on. Okay. That much works. Okay, is the music button here? Ah, hydrate. Thank you. Ah, ha! Ha ha! The bucket missed! Okay. Hi. What? What's wrong with you? Okay. Well, you can sit under there. I want to look at these variables here. Mode 1. Mode 1 active. 0. Okay. Did this not... Stop the music. Start the music. It set it as active, but then immediately turned it off. Okay. So we have a problem in here. Hmm. So I think this might be what's doing it. But I don't know why. Hmm. So we initialize to this. I know what's happening there. That's on me. Oh, one moment. Okay, we're back. And now, if I hit this button, okay. Stop the music. Start the music. Okay, so I think the problem is happening here. Oh. This is the problem. Okay. So now when we start the music, hmm. Let's do that. Okay. Now, start music. Okay, I don't know why these buttons are getting called so often. Let's check that out. This button is activating itself once every 30 seconds. This button should not be activating itself at all. And nothing from here should be activating top display either. Let's see what's going on here. Cause music selector. I cause music selector. That doesn't call anything. It's a music selector. Hello. What are the timers on this? Hmm. Okay. And then all the way down here, loop. Only if loop is equal to 1. And loop only equals 1 if this button is pressed. Oh, here you are. Okay, so turn that back on for the moment. Start. So it sets mode 1 to active, and it sets loop to active. And then it calls the music selector button. And that's it. And this sets mode 1 to active, and it calls the music selector button, and that's it. And this sets mode 1 to inactive, and it hides the music, and it changes it to no song playing, and that's it. Effectively shutting it off. Stop music. these two buttons don't do anything right now. Coming into music selector, we destroy the old variables because we need to make those new. Got it. Okay. We set the music path. Yep, because it plays the music. We create these two variable arrays, although we're not using them right now. Create the playlist, and that's working. Select a random song, that's working. Create the path variables. That's working. Create the current song for display, and that's working. Get the current song length, and that is also working. We set the reset timer, which we're using down there. That's working because we have the reset timer variable set properly. We update OBS by turning the music on, changing the file path, and changing the now playing info. Then we call the top update timer button. So this should be setting current mode to 1. Set target mode to 1. Okay, let's try that. For some reason, these buttons are getting called constantly.
And it exploded.
I hope not. I hope not on the explosion. Why is stop music not working now? Oh, okay. Okay, something's going on in here that is messing things up. Because this is the only thing that calls the top display. Okay. I really wish it would tell me what keeps calling that button. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Okay, well. So switch target mode, but it didn't seem to call the button. Hmm. It should be coming up on a mode switch. Okay, so every time it does the switch, it calls these buttons 3 times. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, so we're here. We would be here with mode 1 and mode 3 active. Hmm. Let's look in here, all the way down at the bottom. We want to copy this actually and paste it right here. And we want to call stop music. Because I already have um, all of the kill stuff right there. So that should automatically kill it at the end of the song. So let's go ahead and test this. Final music on Mega Man 4.
I'm gonna have to science the shit out of this.
Yes, that is indeed what I am doing. So when we get to the end of this song, it should call the stop music button and hide the music transition right here. So we're moving this up, moving this up. So we got the music right there. So when this is over, this should be hidden. So we should see this button go off like that. And then this right here should hide. This is what I am testing at the moment. We shall see if this works. We have to wait till the end of this particular song. Got me covered up on the thing. Now I can see me. I look like I'm looking up. Here we go. I could probably do that. Okay, we should be coming up on the end of it. Any minute now. Endless reflections. I can teach you OBS. Now it's calling these buttons a whole bunch of times. I don't know why. And I don't think it called the stop music button. Okay. Okay. Next action button. It either calls itself and repeats, or it calls stop music and stops playing. And that is based on the reset timer value. Okay, we're going to change this. This needs to do one more thing here. Okay, so loop sets to 0 like that. Loop is turned off. So this is a particularly short one. Hmm. You shouldn't have done that. Why did it call itself? Loop was equal to 0. Loop is at 0. Hmm. Okay, so we need to specifically turn loop off. Why is it turning itself on? Another bot. And the bot. Okay. See if we can get a shorter song. Come on with the short song, please. Okay, yeah, this will work. Okay, loop should be off, and current mode should be set to 3. But it doesn't appear to be. I have to fix this current mode thing. What started it back up? It's like it's forgetting how programming works. I mean, this is an if statement. It should do one or the other, not one and the other. That's not how this statement works. Like right there, what triggered it and what turned it off? It's like it's literally turning itself on and off, and I don't know why. Okay, let's close Sammy. Turn it back on. Okay, loop should be off for this. We shall see. Hmm. I wish there was a way I could like just advance this. But if I try to artificially advance it, I break the logic that I need to test on it. We should be coming up upon the solution here. At 8 o'clock, which is about in 5 minutes, I'm going to be taking a break for an hour in order to get some food and prepare for the Final Fantasy XIV stream that is going to be starting up at 9 o'clock. So it's going to be a 1 hour break at 8 from 8 to 9. And then we will be back with more Final Fantasy XIV with Lady and probably Khan. I don't think Q's going to be here today. But we'll probably have Lady and Khan. Yeah. And that's going to be starting at about 9. Okay. It should now call the stop music button. Turn the music off. Okay. And not turn it back on. Because only that one button should have been called. Okay. It's displaying the no song. Okay, I think it worked that time. Lovely. So I've got the start. Let's try the loop button. Let's see if loop works. Sounds like a plan. Yeah. And I need a patch 7.3 launched today, and I need to update my need to update the game in order to be able to play it. And I need to tell Lady and them to update the game as well. Where is... Okay. Okay, I've warned everybody about the patch, so that should be good. So I do have a question for you, Lojo. Um, since you're here all the time and you watch a lot of the VODs and everything, what do you think about the way the screen is set up versus the way I had it set up before, with the video game being smaller and there being a blue border around it? So, like, do you prefer it this way, where like the screen is taking up like the majority of the background and I'm over top of the game, or having the border where I was down here in the corner where the border was and have like the chat above my head behind me, and then the game just down there, and that way I can put things like the health bar and stuff on the blue section. My question is, which one of those layouts would you prefer? Okay, let's see if it picks a new song. It should. Yay! Yay! So now I have both of those. Oh, I guess I could leave it on. Yeah. Yep. It's always good to see more of the game. So you would rather see more of the game's screen at a smaller size, is what you're saying. I can demonstrate what it is I am talking about. Really interesting. This is what I'm talking about. So I had this blue border around the top and the back and this way right here, and the game like shrunk over here, so you can see the entire game screen. But it's smaller than the full size. And what I would do with the new version that I create is that this top bar you see up here at the top that has the now playing and things that I'm working on, that would replace this bar that was right here. I would put chat right here behind my head where the new message appears at the top, and then it goes down behind me. And then down here at the very bottom, I would put like the goals, my little health bar thingy. Yeah. But it would basically be making the screen this big in comparison to this one right here. Well, I'm not completely sold on having chat on the screen anymore. Yeah, but when you watch the stream back, well, no, because Twitch is deleting streams. Okay. So where I would end up putting the chat would be like right here behind my character, right? So you have chat popping up here, and then it would be scrolling down for each new message that popped up. But this is what a 16:9 video looks like. So there's going to be this much above and below the video that is going to be just stuff. Like, I might be able to make the screen a little bit bigger, but look, there's only so much that I can do for my avatar, so I don't know how much there's going to be. There's going to be black bars, or in this case, blue bars, above and below where the game is. So you're going to have like a lot of extra space. Why does this have chapter markers on it? Did you two do this? I didn't do this. But they can't see it in the replay on YouTube. That's why the chat is there. All you can see on the YouTube side is the YouTube chat. It doesn't push the Twitch chat through to the YouTube side. So in order to see what's happening everywhere, I have to have the chat in the video. If Twitch would just keep VODs forever, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, because then you can just watch the chat when you're replaying the VOD on Twitch. But you only get to keep VODs for 30 days and then they get deleted. Okay, so you want to go back to this layout is what I'm hearing. So I will be, once I finish this music thing, I'm gonna build the rest of this layout like this week. And I'm going to make it interactive, like the bar at the top is going to be, with the section sliding in and out. And I want to remake the stinger and the starting and ending videos. So I'm going to be working on recreating all of this stuff as we go. Yeah. But right now, that's going to be it for the stream for the moment. As I said, I'm going to be back in about an hour with Final Fantasy 14. Yeah. So I want to thank you for watching, and I will catch you in just a few minutes. Nari out.